Right. So I'll start by presenting the migration service. I know that Spencer already went through this presentation, but I'll go over it shortly. Then uh, I'll start by explaining how the migration tool is configured. Then we're going to run the migration on a shared space and on an isolated space together. So I just want to check again that everyone has the tool and Java 8 installed. Okay. And also, if you guys have any questions, interrupt me. I don't have a problem with that. Just just drop it. Okay. So this is our small agenda for this presentation. We're going to talk about a bit about the migration service, some recommendations of how to do the migration, what's in the migration scope, the flow and the processes, and for the demo part, I won't do a demo because we'll all be migrating the projects. Okay, so what is the migration service? So it's a one-time migration from LMQC to Octane. This is not a synchronization or anything like that. It's a migration. And what everyone should be aware is that ALM.NET and Octane are very different. So it's not apple to apple. So LM.NET has a traditional delivery model, and the modules included in LM.NET are requirements, test management, lab management, defects. The workflows and presentations are done in VB scripts, while in Octane, we've got a hybrid and agile delivery. We got uh, almost the same modules, but a bit different. We also got requirements, backlog, team backlog, quality, and pipelines. And the workflows and presentation is visually coded. It's done through the UI, so it's a lot easier. Okay, so there are different ways of working. There are different models of working between LM.NET and ALM Octane. While LM.NET is waterfall versus Octane, which is agile, hybrid, DevOps thinking. Uh, LM.NET projects are standardized. Um, so basically, LM Octane is a different way of working. Okay. So uh, every with every customer, there's a different story. So the easiest type of migration is the framework only. Um, so the framework only includes uh, the ALM.NET customization and no entities, which is probably the easiest one. Then we'll have customers that want only the active and the relevant projects from ALM to be migrated to Octane. And this is done through filters. They can only migrate data that is, I don't know, defects that are still open and not closed defects, defects that uh, are related to only one specific release, and so on. And there's also the full migration reading, which includes pretty much everything that's in scope, which is a bit more complicated, but it's not too hard to understand. Okay. So every migration should be prepared and planned accordingly to the chosen methodology. Okay. What's in the migration scope? So the data that is migrated to LM Octane from LMQC, LM.NET are the releases along with the cycles. We got the defects, manual tests, and only manual tests for now, manual test runs. We've got requirements, attachments, and pretty much all the links between entities that ALM Octane supports. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. So this is what the migration tool supports right now. What has to be done manually is the workflow, users and groups, and also rules in Octane. And what is not migrated, actually, what is not migrated right now are only the UFT tests and other test types, plus the reports and graphs. Entities history uh, just been developed, let's say, and it's still in improvement, but we've got that feature, and one of my colleagues will present it later. Okay, let's see the migration per entity. So a project is migrated to a workspace in Octane. Yeah, any like it said there, it's possibly to split on a single ALM project to several workspaces. Lists are migrated to lists in Octane. User defines, and you can see there that the users, the UDFs that are of type users, date, number, string, memo, and text are migrated over. Releases to releases, sprints. Okay, so in LM we don't have sprints, we have cycles, but it's pretty much the same thing. So cycles to sprints. Okay, defect to defect. And we got manual tests to manual tests. Design steps are migrated to manual tests. And we also got in this version, I think this presentation was done a little a while ago, because right now we are migrating test parameters and test configuration. And also manual run to manual run step to manual run step. We've got test sets in ALM where we got, and these are migrated to test suites in Octane, requirements to requirements, and of course, attachment to attachment.
Hey, Chip, a quick question
Yeah,
on the entities.
yeah, go ahead.
Is business process testing in the scope of to be included into this? Yeah. I know that you said,
Business test, or what? Could you repeat that?
are the business components or the business process testing included into the entities that will be in scope to be
Uh,
move over?
I'm not sure if it'll be included. They are not right now, but I'm not sure if it'll be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
These are some linkages that are migrated from ALM to Octane. So defect to defect, we got manual test to manual run, manual test to manual test to manual test step. So pretty much all the linkages between entities from ALM are migrated over if they are supported in Octane. Also, you can find all the entity linkages in the functional scope document. If Spencer didn't send the document, I'll send it out after the presentation too, along with the user guide. Okay, some flow and processes. Okay, um, so to start on, you'll have to, of course, review the ALM site and ALM projects, planning the migration, understanding what should be migrated. Um, I think there might be some coaching that might be needed to be done for agile or any other stuff. Okay, we'll have to prepare the environments for testing and production, maybe install an ALM Octane, lm.net. Okay, test the connectivity and working parts, make configurations to the system and preparations for the migration. Afterwards, sorry. Okay. Afterwards, we'll have to run and test the ALM.dat to ALM Octane migration tool against your configuration and review the results per project. Validate that the results you expect are occurring. For a sample of um, okay, 1 second. Ah, I'm sorry. Okay, so after we confirm the migrated data with the stakeholders, uh, all the requirements, manual test, test run, defects, relationships, user-defined fields, and also we'll have to confirm that some items are done manually, workflows, rules, forms, reports, dashboards. Okay. And also, yeah, to prepare the projects for the production migration. Um, so per project, like I said before, the customers may wish to migrate the project to a workspace, migrate multiple projects into a single workspace, or split a project into multiple workspaces. Okay, and also the migration tool allows you to record filtering. Then we'll confirm the post-migration modifications required per project. Okay, and then we'll repeat the migration for other projects for each other agreed projects in scope. Progress the migration, check the results, and confirm with stakeholders. Then we finalize the migration and do the handover once all the projects in scope have been migrated. Okay. So um, we'll start by understanding the ALM projects configuration. We'll review the ALM project configuration and consider lists, values, users, prepare users, and migration configuration files. We'll set up everything that needs all the mapping and all the fields lists that are going to be migrated are pretty much set up in the configuration file of the migration tool. And first, the migration tool will be running a sort of simulation mode, but it's called preview mode, to make sure that most of to make sure that the configuration file that was set up for running the tool is pretty much correct. Okay, and I think it's best to start by migrating the customization first. So we'll run the migration tool only to create fields and lists in ALM Octane and prepare the workspace. I think it's best to customize ALM Octane in ALM Octane's workflows, rules, and form before the data migration. Okay, 1 second. Then we'll run the migration in data mode, and the data from ALM.NET project will be migrating to the selected ALM Octane workspace. Okay, then some changes might be needed to be performed after the migration, such as setting up the dashboard, favorites, reports that need to be done, and so on. Okay, and that's pretty much it. So some prerequisites. So at the moment, uh, only LM 12.2x and higher is supported, and ALM Octane 1255.8 and higher. The migration of ALM template projects right now is supported. So it is supported. It's not like it's stated in this presentation. The UFT tests and other test types are not migrated. They are in the roadmap, and we also got right now the history migration. So yeah, what about the automatic tests? So there are a few options for these tests. The option one is keeping them in LMQC and running them by CS systems. And option two is running tests in LMQC and importing run results to Octane. And option three, the UFT test is on the roadmap uh, on the migration from LM to Git repository. And that's pretty much it. And we should start with the demo, but we won't do that. Okay, a second. Let me close the presentation. Do you all guys have the Octane uh, and the ALM that Spencer sent out? Did you guys get it? Can you access Octane and ALM?
Yeah, we got the URLs. I don't know if we got a user to username and password or anything like that.
Oh, so he didn't send a username and password?
I don't think
Uh,
so.
I'll drop it in the chat. One second. I'll drop the username and password in the chat. One second. So this is for Octane. Wait a sec. Okay, and this is for LM. Could you try and see if you can access LM and Octane? Because for the next part, I think it's best if we all perform the migration. We'll do the migration of a template project and a demo project to a isolated space in Octane. They're not very big projects, so it won't take too long.
Yeah, I got it. Both of them. Yep.
Okay, so you guys can access Octane and LM, right?
You have user IDs?
Yeah, I sent out the user IDs in the chat on the WebEx chat. You can see it on my
Oh,
screen. So yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and the WebEx controls. There's one comment icon over there, like the third from the right. Then you can see that.
Sorry. Uh, see what on the WebEx client? I didn't catch
Oh,
that.
I was saying in case they were having issues
Oh
seeing the
yeah.
comments,
Okay. Yeah.
it's in the
So we're
WebEx
all logging in
controls.
as the same user?
Yeah, we're all using the same user. That's not an issue. Okay, so this is the Octane. If you guys, if you guys manage to connect to it. So first, we'll have to create, each one of you will have to create a shared space. Let me know if you guys connected to Octane first.
I can access fine. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So as soon as everyone managed to access Octane, and we'll need to go to the site of the Octane and create the share space. But I'll wait till everyone access Octane. So just let me know. Should I carry on, or should I wait a couple of minutes more?
James, Josh, Paul, Scott, are you guys able to log in?
Yeah, I'm in the same location.
I'm in there.
Okay,
Yeah, we're in.
that's great. So just click on the shared button and create a shared space. I don't know. Just add. You could type in your own name. I'll create one too. Okay, and then just click add. We're gonna start off with the migration of a template project from ALM.net, and that project doesn't have any entities. It only has customization because I didn't want to waste time on migrating entities since it's pretty much the same as doing it on a isolated space. Only the customization is a bit different. And we'll do the data part, the entity part, the entity migration part for the isolated space. Okay, so after you guys created your share space, just go back to spaces in Octane.
Guys,
Click on this
here's
folder.
this spaces. I see what
So
you have right there. I see the same screen that you have behind the one that's, yeah, I see this. I don't see anything about shared spaces.
yeah, so when you access the site, you'll have a button here.
It's under
and
site.
yeah, it's under site. And just click on the shared button to create a shared space in Octane. It might take a minute to be created, but it shouldn't take too long.
Got an error that says trial license can only have one shared space with multiple share.
So let me see. Let me try and create another one. Yeah, I didn't think of this. I think, yeah, I don't think we have a license to create more than we have 3 shared spaces. So it's not a big deal. So only only 2 of you can make the shared space migration. It's not a big deal, and the rest of us will be able to make the isolated migration with no problem because we'll be only creating different workspaces on the default isolated space. So unfortunately, I think we cannot create more shared spaces. Okay, so only Josh and Jamie can do the shared space migration with me. Okay, I'm sorry for that. Okay, so Josh and Jamie and the others too, just let's jump back to space and click on this folder. Oh, Paul creating a nice isolated space. Okay. Jamie and Josh, please access your shared spaces. I'll access mine too. Okay. So I just wanted to have this prepared before explaining to you guys how the tool is configured. Okay. Okay, so after you guys actually don't need to create another workspace, the default workspace will do since we don't have any data, any entities actually, not any data because we have plenty of fields and lists. So that's okay. Okay, so you guys could open up the. Let's check first if everyone has it. So if you got the migration tool from Spencer, you should have this configuration example JSON. Does everyone have it? Has it?
I was
We'll
able to
take a.
download it. Were you guys
Okay.
able to get it?
Yeah, I got it. I just got to open it.
Yeah. So just open it up and I'll start explaining it. Also, if you guys have any any questions so far, just shoot. No problem. So there might be a little bit difference because I added a few more parameters, but I'll explain them. Just open up your configuration files and second. I think I might have fixed, and the rest of you guys can also create share spaces. 1 second. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I think it's working. So the rest of you guys that didn't manage to create a share space before, you could go ahead and create one now. Yeah, it's working. So go ahead and create a share space, and we'll start with the. I'll start by explaining the migration tool afterwards. Okay, I can see Angel already created one. Okay, that's great. I think everyone managed to create a share space. Okay, so what is the migration tool? So the migration tool is a Java-based command line utility, like I explained before, that can migrate ALM projects and entities customization into Octane workspaces. And how is this tool configured? So this tool is configured through a configuration file and a user mapping file. Both of these files use the JSON format or a CSV file for the user mapping file. So the user mapping file can be configured through a JSON or a CSV file. Okay, so hope you all managed to open up the configuration file. Okay, I'll take that as yes. Uh, in case you guys need more time to find the configuration file or download it, or just let me know, I'll send it to you. Okay, so the configuration file provides the following details to the migration tool. So first off, we've got the ALM and Octane repository details. And we start. I think it's better if we start by actually filling up the configuration file. So we'll start by filling in the location, the project name, domains, usernames, and so on for both ALM and Octane. So for ALM, hopefully you guys managed to access ALM2. So this is the link. I'll copy it and send it through in the WebEx so you guys can have it handy. So this is the link to ALM. Okay. So we'll just put in the link to ALM for the location. Then we'll need a project name and project domain. The project domain is similar to the space in Octane, let's say. And the project is the workspace equivalent. Yeah. Okay. Then so to access ALM, yeah, I think it's best if you guys could try and access ALM right now too. Because Internet Explorer will have to download the client and might take a little time. Okay, just jump to the ALM desktop client after you access that URL that I sent you. Okay. Also, you might be prompted to add the URL to trusted sites and internet options. Yeah. here. Just make sure to add it so you can access ALM. So the LM user, so the LM user is SA, and the password is the same
And
for the
download the
one in
device
Octane.
instead of.
Sorry?
For ALM, do we need to do the client registration, or just logging in and getting the DLLs is good enough?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Just log in and get the DLLs. It might take a little time, but right now we'll only add in so right now in the configuration file, we only need the location, the name, domain, username, password, and server time zone. So we don't really need much info about the project that's inside. Okay, so like I said, this is the user to connect to LM, SA, and Octane, and this is the password. Okay, so just please download the LM client. Meanwhile, and also I just want to make sure that you guys are also filling in the migrator configuration file alongside with me. Okay. So the location, I sent the location in the WebEx too, in case you guys didn't have it. The project name. So we'll start by migrating the template project to a shared space. And the template project name is template only. So let's fill it in. So this is the project name, as you can see here. I will also send it in the WebEx. And the domain is default, which is already filled in. And also fill in the username and the password. And the server time zone, unfortunately, I'm not quite sure what server time zone we got on this ALM instance, but usually it's the time zone. The ALM takes the time zone from the location where the DB is installed. So right now, I'm not sure which one is it, but this parameter helps to migrate date fields accurately. Okay, just leave it as it is. Make sure you have this LM repository details filled in. Okay, now we'll jump to the Octane part. So we'll need the URL, location of the Octane server, and we'll also need the shared space name, not ID, but name. So mine is Ciprian shared space. So just make sure you copy your own shared space name and fill it in here. And also for the workspace, as I said, you guys won't be needed to create an additional workspace. The default workspace will do, because each one of you has their individual shared space. So just fill in default workspace. Okay, so the migration tool will connect to Octane via an API key, and to generate that API key, just access your share space or isolated space. But in our case, it's a share space. Just access the share space, go to API access. Also, let me know if I'm going too fast or if I should slow down or repeat anything. It's not a problem. Okay, so go to API access, click on the plus API access button and create an API key. The name doesn't really matter, so any name should be fine. And the roles do matter. So for the shared space migration, the API key for the migrator to use will be needing the following roles. So it's going to need space admin, so it can create the UDFs and all the lists and customization under the shared space level. So that's why it needs the space admin role. And it's going to need also the workspace admin. And for the workspace admin, you'll also have to select in which workspace will this API key have the specific role. In everyone case will be the default workspace. And after you guys filled in all this, just click on the add button and an API key will be generated. So just copy this by the copy button, click OK. And what I usually do so I can have my API key saved in case I need to use it for different migrations or so on. I'll just paste it in the description of the API key and save it. So I'll have it there. You guys could do the same since it's easier to add it to the configuration file afterwards. Okay. And then we'll copy the client ID. We'll go back to the configuration file. Add in the client ID. Yeah. Then add in the client secret. Okay. Did everyone manage to do this step? So far we've filled in the ALM and Octane repository details. So in case anyone has any questions, please just stop me whenever you want and ask me your question. Okay, so
could you this is Angel. Could you show the whole process to how to create the API access?
yeah, I'll show it again. Okay, I'll save this one and I'll create an additional one. So after you selected your shared space, so I can see that pretty much I think everyone created a shared space. So you just go to spaces, you click on this little folder that will open up the spaces and select your own shared space. I selected mine, Cyprian shared space. Okay, after you clicked it, you'll be sent to your shared space, let's say. It might take a while, so yeah. And then you can see here you have a few different tabs. You have entities, lists, releases, credentials, and so on. But we'll go to the API access tab and please click on the plus API access button. After you clicked on it, just the name doesn't really matter, just so you know that it's used for the migration tool or why did you use this API key. So just add a, I don't know, specific name. Okay. Then for the roles, like I said, so the API key for the shared space migration needs two roles. First off, it's going to need a space admin role, which will grant the migrator access to the shared space where it can create the customization from ALM. And it's going to need a workspace admin. And for the workspace admin, you'll have to you'll have to specify on in which workspace will the migrator have the workspace admin role. In our case, and in everyone's case, it's the default workspace here. So just go ahead, select the default workspace, click OK, then just add the API key, and an API key will be registered, copy it. Just click on the copy button or copy it yourselves. Copy, click OK. And what I usually do, and I think it's good, just open up the generated API key and paste it in the description, the client ID and the client secret, so you'll have it there in case you'll need to configure more migrations. Did you get it, Angel?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we've configured both ALM and Octane repositories. We've given the migration tool all the details that it needs to have to connect to both instances. There's also one more parameter that I think you guys don't have, which is the location blacklist. So this parameter is only used for SaaS instances of Octane. So I'll copy it and send it to you guys because I don't think you guys have it in your example JSON. Yeah, so just go ahead and copy that parameter and add it under the client secret. It's fine if it's empty. It's the way it's supposed to be. Okay. Then I don't think you guys also have this proxy location parameter. So this LM instance has a proxy setup, and you'll need to add this. You'll need to add this parameter also. But so like I said, the configuration file provides more details for the migration tools. And so the first one was the ALM on Octane repositories. Then we've got the, let's say here we define the performance, the thread count, and a few more details. But make sure you add this proxy location too, so that the migrator can access the ALM instance. Okay. Also the thread count. So this is about the performance. So the thread count here is set to 6. This is the maximum thread count that can be set. It will only impact the duration of the migration. So if you run it on a single thread, it will take a lot more time. But running it on 6 threads, it's a lot faster. Okay, then we'll have to set up the user mapping file path. So I didn't need the path, I just needed the JSON, the user example, the user mapping example file, let's say so, name, because let me show you 1 second. As you can see, and I think that is the same to you since I think this is the version of the migrator that Spencer sent to you. You'll probably have the user example JSON also. So you won't be needed to specify a path to this mapping file since it's in the same folder. Okay. Well, actually we can check it now. Or no, actually we'll go through the whole configuration file first, then we'll see the mapping since it's pretty standard and easy. Okay. And as you can see here, the maximum field character length is set to I think it's 10,000. Or anyway, here you can set the maximum field character length. And in the I can see that in the config example you have the parameter to add the design steps from the manual test to descriptions set to true. So what will this parameter do? Will take the okay. Let me show you ALM first. Also, please make sure you can connect to ALM so you can check yourselves the data too. Second. Okay.
Now we connected to, or we're trying to use the template project, but there's no data on the template.
Yeah, there's no data on the template. That's fine. I just wanted to show you what uh,
The
this
parameter will do.
yeah, what would this parameter do? So what this parameter is doing is taking the steps from ALM and copying them to the description also, since the steps from the manual tests in Octane are plain text only, and in ALM you can have rich text and you can do a lot more stuff in ALM with the text itself than in Octane. So that's why it's also it is possible to have it migrated also under the description. It's not mandatory, it's up to the customer, so the customer can do whatever he wants, so he can turn this off. It's no problem. Okay, then we'll have some requirement queries. So what these queries do is tell the migrator that the document query type ID is not one, so it has to be above one, and the folder query the type ID starts from one, and the root query ID is zero. So it's pretty standard. I think it's already done by default, so I'm not sure if we need this parameter, but we'll leave it in. And also for the queries, one of my colleagues will go through some queries later after we do the migrations, and we'll explain to you guys how queries work. Okay, so the next part of the configuration file is the list mappings. So you can map pretty much any list from ALM to Octane if you wish. All the used lists in ALM.net are migrated over to Octane, but in case that you have already created some lists in Octane and you want to map them, you can do it. And this is how it's done. So for these are some default list mappings. So the box status, which is by default mapped to the phase in Octane, because it's pretty much the same thing. It has this mapping done. So from new to new, it's pretty easy, pretty standard. Yeah. And also we could delete this. Okay, so we can delete this, and in case you don't give in this list mapping, what the migration tool will do. So yeah, please go ahead and delete it too. So just make sure you delete everything. Just click on this semicolon and delete everything, because what the migration tool will do, if the box status is not mapped, it will create it automatically. So I think if you haven't set up the rules, or so if the customer hasn't set up the Octane customization, let's say. So the customer hasn't set up let me jump to Octane 1 second. Uh, if you go to entities, defects, and workflow, you can see here that we have the default workflow for Octane that is provided. So, and no modification has been done to it. But if we go to the template project, we'll have like 19 phases or so. So you'll have to map each one of those phases to, I don't know how many are here, like 10 of them. So in case we don't do that, we don't map the box status from ALM. By default, the migrator will create all the non-existing phases or statuses from LMQC here in the workflow, but it will create all of them under this meta phase. So it will create them under new, the new meta phase that you can see here. So we got the meta phase new, in progress, in testing, and done. So you'll see that for the template project, we have like 19 or something like that, 19 statuses for defects. And all of them will be created under the new meta phase by default because we won't be mapping them because it's well, it'll take too much time. We'll have it mapped for the demo project. Okay, but you'll see. Also, the severity. So uh, the severity can be also mapped. The priority from ALM is pretty much the basic. So I think this is the default values for priority in LM, but in case the customer has other options too, you could do something like this. So you'll just copy this and you'll map very low, maybe to low also. You can do that too. Okay. Okay, this is the plan status. So the plan status is the, 1 second. Yeah, so the plan status is the manual test status. So I think we could go ahead and delete these two because the migration tool will create this status also by default in case you don't have it mapped. And the template project has a lot of planned statuses. So we'll just delete these two. And don't worry, if you corrupt anyhow the JSON file, the migration tool will tell us where where it's where it's broken, at what line and column and so on. So just go ahead and delete that too. And this is the status. This status is for the manual runs in ALM. So you can see here that the default mapping is also provided. So this is default mapping for manual runs in case that the manual runs don't have a status. A default mapping will be provided for them because the the status is, it's not status, it's phase in Octane, but the phase is mandatory in Octane. So in case that the manual run won't have any statuses filled in ALMQC, it won't be migrated over to Octane. But if you got this default mapping, everything will work fine. If it doesn't have any value, the migrator will just set the default value as planned or whatever you put in. Okay, and also I wanted to show you the user guide where you can find all the details for the list mapping. 1 second. Okay. Okay, so like I said before, we talked about the list configurations, the list mapping. So there are different parameters. So in case you'll just have to put in the list identifier from LM. It's stated here that the name of the list in LM where LM system lists have been assigned. These are the identifiers by LM. So okay. And you'll put in a default mapping. It's not mandatory, but it's recommended to put in a default mapping in case a entity doesn't have a value for that specific field and Octane in Octane is mandatory. You'll just put in a default value. Migrate to list name. So the desired name of the list in Octane you wish to migrate to, or not to migrate to, but to map to. To you'll just put it in here. By enabled, you can have it set up, and you'll have to set the enabled to true, so that the list mapping will work. And like you've seen in the mappings that I show you, these are how the mappings are done. So mappings, they're under a JSON structure. So from a value to what value in Octane, and so on. So this is pretty much the list mapping. So hopefully you guys managed to follow this, and also deleted the bug status and the plan status so that you can see that the migrator would also create them if you didn't map them. You guys got any questions? Should I go on with the next part of the configuration file? Okay.
No questions.
Okay. The next part is the field configuration. So this part is pretty straightforward and easy, and is also documented in the user guide. So the user guide is pretty straightforward and useful, I would say. Okay, let's go through it shortly. So what do we got here? So we got the you all have the same configuration file, so I think each one of you has the same values for field configuration as I do here, because I haven't modified this, I think. Okay, so let me show you. So we've got the field identifier where you should put in the ALM field name. The migrate to field identifier, you'll have to put in a UDF name. Also make sure that Octane needs this. So if you want to map something to a UDF, you don't have to create it before actually running the migration, because the migration it will create it itself. So in this case, what I want to say is that you cannot do this trace type and that's it. Octane also needs this last part, like underscore UDF, to work. So that's how all the UDFs looked in Octane. Just like in ALM, they are called uh, underscore user and so on. This one is for this BG is for defects. Okay, and also you'll have to fill in the migrate to field label, like we have here. In this case, yeah, migrate to field label, trace type. Okay. If you want to migrate, let's say you have a I don't know, a string field, and you want to migrate it to a memo field, you can do that by putting in this parameter, migrate to field data type, and just type in the data type. Also, I don't think it's mandatory, but it's recommended to put in this enabled to true, to set enabled to true. Okay, and if you don't want to migrate this field, just set it to false, and it should be fine. But keep it true. Okay. We also have the run execution date. So I think most of you guys have it set it to false, but set it to true, because I don't know in the first place why is it set to false. Um, so what is this field? This field is the execution date for runs. And if you want it to be migrated, you'll have to set it as enable to true. Also the comments, if I don't know, the customer doesn't want to migrate over the comments, that's fine. You'll just set this field identifier to false. attachments also. Of course, if you disable the attachments migration, the migration itself will take a lot less time. Okay, and you can do this also. So you'll take the BG description, field identifier, and you'll append original values from ALM to the description in Octane. So what? One second. So what this this parameter is doing is appending the original values of the original values of some fields. You can put in any field. We'll append it to the Octane description. So we'll have the original BG priority and BG estimated fixed time migrated over to the description also. But also, if the customer doesn't need this, or you don't need this, you'll just delete it, and there's no problem. Okay. Okay, and so it's pretty much a different field is migrated to the requirement document also in the description. Yeah, and the requirement target cycle for requirement document is migrated under a long string UDF in Octane that is called target cycle, because the targets the target cycle from ALM.NET for requirements might be sometimes too long. So that's the reason it's migrated over to a long string. So this is pretty much the field configuration. So where all the mapping is done, as you could see in the configuration file, it's pretty much everything. Everything is pretty much documented. Okay, and also we'll get some errors in the template migration, and you'll see how we'll fix those too. We'll be using these field configurations. Okay. One second. So the next part of the configuration file, actually the last part of the configuration file, is the default values configurations. So in the last part, you put in some default values for each entity per field. So in this case, you can see here that I have the entity type defects in Octane, and the target fields and values are the phase, the default value for the phase in case the phase is not set will be set to new, and the severity to low, because these two fields are mandatory in Octane. So just to be sure that if there's a corrupted entity in ALM.NET, the migration won't fail for that entity, and the migrator will put in a default value. And it's the same for manual tests. You can see here that the phase is by the default value for the phase is ready. For manual runs, the release, this is also important. So by default, the migrator will create a release that it's called unassigned, because the manual runs in ALM.NET cannot be related to a release. I think there can be a relationship between manual runs and cycles, but not with releases. And the moment you run a manual test in Octane, you'll have to provide a release. So the release field for manual runs is mandatory. That's why by default the migrator will create an unassigned release and will add it to the release field of manual runs as default. Okay, and also for requirement document, the default value for the phase is accepted because the requirements in ALM.NET don't have a phase or a status. Okay, so this is pretty much the configuration file. It's not very complicated. It's pretty straightforward, uh, but it can get tricky at times because most of the projects are highly customized and have some corrupted data. If you guys have any questions.
It looks like you have one extra in that default values configuration. On mine, I don't see the test manual there.
Oh, yeah, I think Spencer sent out a different version of the configuration example, but yeah, I can send it so you can edit. It's not a big deal. There you have it. So you could just copy that also and put it in the under the default values configuration. It's good that you noticed, and now I know that you guys are paying attention. Okay. So should I go on with the user mapping file, or just let me know if you guys have questions? I'm more than glad to answer them. Okay. Okay, then I'll go on with the and show you guys the user mapping file, which is a lot simpler. So just go ahead and open up the user example JSON, and let me 1 second. Let me find. Okay. So you can put in if you guys manage to open it up, the user example JSON. You can see that the first line is for the default Octane user ID. So uh, in case that there is no user set, the migrator will, when it creates the data, will put in the default Octane user that it's set in the user mapping file. So you can set it up. You can map it, not set it up, by putting in either the user ID, as you can see here, or the user email. Also, what you should know is that the migration tool automatically maps users based on their login name and the email. So if you have LDAP set up, or if you already created or imported somehow the users to Octane, you won't be needed to do the user mapping file, because it might be time consuming for some people. I've seen projects where there are like hundreds and hundreds of users, so it might be time consuming, but it can be done manually, or it can be done automatically by the migrator if the users already exist in Octane. And the auto mapping is done by login name and by user email. So if the users from Octane and ALM.NET have matching login name and, like I said, uh, email will be mapped automatically, and you won't have to do any manual mappings. Okay. In our case, so I don't want you guys to create users, because it will take too long time to create user, map another user to an existing user in ALM. So just go ahead to the user section on your shared space and actually we all have the same user, so you can just put in the configuration file for the default user, just put in the ID of the user you logged in with. So in our case is 1001. That's the ID of SA at NGA. So just put in the default users, the default user ID, and I'll show you later how the mapping between users is done. Okay, so this is pretty much it. This is what you need to be setting before migrating before actually starting the migration. You'll need to put in the ALM Octane repository details, and you'll have to create an API key with the needed roles in Octane. And pretty much, yeah, pretty much, that's pretty much it. And of course, did some list mappings. Do the list mappings that you wish to map, field level details, entity defaults, like I showed you here. So the user mapping file needs to be ready before the migration in case the users are not already created in Octane. And that's pretty much it with the tool configuration. So if you guys have any questions, just go ahead and shoot. Also make sure you save your edited JSON files. If you renamed your user mapping file, just make sure you put in the correct name of the file. I didn't rename mine, so mine is user dash example at JSON .json. Okay. You guys have any more questions? If not, yeah.
Hey,
If
Chipri,
not,
one question.
yeah, go
So
ahead.
when you do the field config,
Yeah, I'll just
do you have to
continue.
specify like all the entities? Because I see that
No.
you're mapping like runs, you're mapping defects, you're mapping
Uh,
requirements.
you mean here, right?
Yes.
No, you won't have to specify all the fields. By default, the migrator will migrate all the user defines fields from ALM to Octane. So all the existing user defined fields from ALM.net by default will be created over to Octane. But you'll have to specify, I mean, you'll have to edit a bit the field configurations. Like in this case, the field type, uh, it is migrated to a different UDF because in ALM it has the label only type, and this label, so Octane won't allow the migrator to create the this field type because the label it's already used for a different entity. But we'll get there and you'll see because it's the first error they will get in the first migration, and I'll explain it how it goes. It's pretty specific, but no, answering to your question, you don't need to map all the fields. This is let's say a standard mapping. So the comments it's put here because I don't know, some customers might not want to migrate the comments or the attachments, and I guess appending these values to the description is just an example that you can actually do it if you wish to, and it might be useful. And also, like I said, the user-defined fields, all the user-defined fields are migrated over to Octane for all the entities. But when it comes to system fields, I don't know if you guys have this document, but when it comes to system fields, uh, only only the fields that are mentioned here will be migrated over to Octane. So not all the system fields from ALM.NET will be migrated over to Octane. Only the system fields that are mentioned in the functional scope document. And you can see also the ALM source, Octane target, and some nodes if it's needed.
Okay, and another question, maybe
Yeah.
I didn't get that on.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was saying, what would you do if you would only like to migrate specific entities? Let's say only defects, and I don't care about the requirements test or that.
Yeah. So I didn't jump into that because my colleague will present how the queries work, but I'll just give you a short detail about that. So let's say you don't want to migrate only the migration of only defects is possible. The migration of manual tests only, it's also possible, and so on. The migration of each entity individually is possible by using queries. Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. No, we're gonna
Yeah.
see that later. We can just.
Yeah. So by using queries for each entity, we can select what to migrate. We can select. We can filter out what to migrate over. So.
Okay.
Yeah, but my colleague will demonstrate it later.
Thanks, Jibri. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. Okay, so how to run the tool? Let's see. So I hope you guys saved the user example JSON and configuration file. Just go ahead and save it if you didn't. Okay, and we'll go on and migrate the. Let me just close this. I'll jump to the template project, and we'll go on and migrate over the template project. So the reason that the template project, like I said in the start, doesn't have any data is because um, it's just to demonstrate the difference between migrating over an isolated space, a normal project under a normal workspace, and migrating the template project under a shared space, because the template project as you probably know, has template fields, as we can see here. You can see here that it has plenty of template fields for pretty much every entity. Well, for tests, and template fields uh, have this structure for name. It's user template, yeah, and so on. Pretty much every entity here has template fields, and we'll see how that migrates over the share space. Okay. Let me just get out of here. Okay. And we'll run the tool. So I don't think you have this file, the comment.txt. I'll just send you guys the text, and I'll explain it how it goes. 1 second. So just make sure, everyone, that you copied my last message, and I'll show you how to run the tool. So also, how to run the tool is specified in the user guide. I think it's right at the very start. Let me check. Or no. Oh, yeah. So this is how you run the migrator tool. You have it. It's nothing complicated. You'll just have to copy this and just put in the configuration file or the path to the configuration file and the jar name. And I think this is the jar name for each one of us. Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah, I didn't ask you guys. You guys have this version, right? 2.2.6.
Mine's actually 2.3.0.
Oh, okay, that's not. I don't think that's very good. Yeah. Does everyone have that version, or do you guys have? Ah, you got .2.2.3. Oh, no, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's actually a better version. Has one fix. That's good. No, it's fine. Yeah. So then the last message that I sent, just make sure you put in here the version of your migration tool. In your case, will be 2.3.0. And yeah, there's one more. Parameter that needs to be set for the shared space migration. 1 second. It's in regards to the shared space phases. So this is actually pretty important. I'll also send it in the chat, so you guys can also put it in the configuration file. So this is pretty important. Why? Because we don't actually migrate the data into the shared space. We migrate the data under the workspace. That the workspace is under a shared space. But why we need this parameter is because if we don't set this to true, the migration tool will create the phases, or the box status. Let's say the box status from ALM to Octane phases under the workspace. And when a phase is created under the workspace that it's under a shared space, cannot be deleted. So once you create a phase under a single workspace that's in a shared space, I know it sounds funny, but yeah, you won't be able to delete it. So that's why we're gonna copy this parameter. 1 second. We're gonna copy that parameter and set it to true. 1 second. Okay. So just go to your configuration file and paste the parameter that I just sent you. Make sure you add a comma after it and set it to true. I mean, you could not set it to true, but most of the customers that we migrated for didn't actually want their box status or all other statuses to be migrated under the workspace, since it cannot be deleted after it's created. But this only occurs under a shared space. So this is not happening under an isolated space. Okay. After you guys have said that, 1 to true, then we could go ahead. No, actually, let's talk about the migration modes. So you can run the migration tool in 5 modes. So you've got the preview mode. Let me show you. So you got the preview mode. which will pretty much, yeah, every mode it's documented here, but like shortly, the preview mode won't create anything on LMQC or I mean on ALM Octane, and we'll only check the data from um LMQC. We'll see it'll check the connection to both LM.net and Octane, that it works fine. So in the first round, we'll run it in a preview mode. So the preview, think of the preview mode as a simulation of the migration. It's not actually migrating anything, it's only checking data. And the second mode is the migrate mode, which is by default, so you won't be needed to add a parameter in the command line where you run the tool. So that's the default one. The default is just, I don't know, simply migrating over everything. Okay. And yes, there are different states. You'll see that it's success, failed, pending. Okay, and we also have the resume mode. Okay, so the resume mode is also pretty important. So we'll at least use that one. We'll at least use the resume mode once so you guys can understand how it works. And the report mode, when you use the report mode, so you just add in the report, and you just add this parameter report or report detail, and the migration will just print out the summary. And also there's the fifth mode, which is the report HTML, and this one is also done by default, so the report HTML is generated. You'll see how it works after we run a migration. But the most important ones are the preview, the migrate, and the resume mode. The resume mode is pretty important also, and I'll explain later how it goes. We'll start off with the preview mode. So, a second. Let me just open up. Okay, so just jump in the folder where you guys have the migration tool, and just open the command line here. Okay, and you know that I sent you that that line of how to run the tool. So just copy that. Also make sure you modified it to feed your migrator version. So I think you guys have 2.3.0, but I have 2.2.6. It's pretty much the same version. It's nothing different between our versions. Okay, and also if you guys rename your configuration file, the JSON file, just make sure you type it in here. I didn't rename mine, so mine is config-example.json. Okay, so once you've done this, is everyone here?
Yes, just in my case, the jar file was the com task.migrator 2.2.
2.2, 2.2, then that's it?
Yes.
That's strange. I don't know how. Strange. Uh,
Could be because I downloaded mine this morning.
Could you share your version of the tool with? I mean, are you guys in the same room or the same office? Is it easier to share the tool between yourselves, and so that all of you can have the 2.3.0?
No, we're not.
You guys are not. Okay. I can send you an FTP so you can download it. 1 second.
Oh, no, hold on. Yeah, there's another jar file deep into one of the folders. Yeah.
Yeah. See, okay, just copy it where you have the configuration file and the config example the user mapping example JSON that we
Got it. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. And everyone just make sure you have the exact name of the jar here. This is the name of my jar. So yeah, just make sure you copy the name of your own jar and put it in. Okay, once everyone has done this, we can run the tool in the preview mode. Just oh, just click enter, and you can see right at the top that it's stating that it's running in mode preview. I paused mine by mistake. Yeah. So it will begin to analyze all the fields. It already checked the connection to ALM Octane and ALM QC. It, the so the so the preview mode won't take too long. Like you saw here, it's already done. It's starting to migrate the list, and the entities afterwards after it's done with the field. So it's checking every list entities, but since we don't have any entities, it only took like 1 minute, like you can see here. We only have customization. Okay. Did everyone manage to run it? We'll also run the preview mode for the demo project, which has entities there and it's a bit more customized, let's say, which will take a little longer. But in this case, only validating the Octane and ALM instance and going through the list and fields won't take too long. So just let me know if I should wait or should I carry on. Did you guys manage to run it in preview mode? As you can see here at the end of the name of the jar, we got the mode. So we got, I didn't mention this, but we've got here the preview. So that is the parameter that you need to give to run the tool in the simulation mode, let's say, but it's called preview mode.
I was able to run it.
Okay.
I run mine, but I got an error. It says
What error?
unable to retrieve version details from the ALM-empty almoctane.com QCV
Okay.
authentication point.
So yours could not connect to ALM, I believe. So could you make sure that you've put in these values for the ALM configuration?
Yep.
Yeah, please. Also, please check if you have the proxy location and if the Octane configuration matches. If you want to, I can send you my configuration. Was there anyone else that the preview mode didn't work for? It's good that we get errors.
Mine ran successfully.
Okay, great. So, who said that? I didn't catch the
And
name of.
no, I checked. I checked, and I do have the URL correctly, the username, password.
Okay,
And I got the same error again.
okay.
I
Hmm.
won't even log into ALM, so I gave up a long time ago.
Sorry.
There's too many users using SA to log into ALM. I think that's what part of the problem is. Mine logged in a long time ago, and then it stopped for later logging.
In the browser, you mean,
I
or?
can't do anything in ALM. It won't log in. So I think it's we're leveraging too many users trying to use the SA user.
Hmm. Do you mean by the tool or by the browser? You
If I
cannot
do
log in.
if I do it with the browser, I can't even log in. So my credentials would never work programmatically either. So
Hmm.
I'm just watching. Just
Okay. I think it should work though, because we've tried this before and it worked fine.
I'm able to log in like through the browser. I can
Hmm.
connect to ALM, no issues.
Okay.
That could be a typo, but I retyped it again.
Okay. Could you share your screen and show us what happened? I cannot really tell from what you're saying.
Okay, how could I request?
One second. I think I have to stop sharing. I stop sharing. Okay, yeah.
Let me just move this monitor over.
Yeah, go ahead. I cannot.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see it now.
Now as I go further into mine also is having that same unable to retrieve the version details error.
Okay. I Yeah, I think your screen is kind of too zoomed in.
Yeah,
Uh,
sorry, I had two desktops, two monitors. Sorry, yeah,
yeah.
drag it over.
Can I see your configuration file for a second too?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
I've seen partially there. I didn't see it very well, but yeah, just show me the configuration file for a sec.
So this is the config example.
Yeah.
But so we have the location. That's the same URL. Template only default.
Okay, let me check 1 second.
Do I have a typo on the password?
No, I don't think it's. Yeah. Second.
This is 0, right? Rather than
Yeah, that's a 0. 1 second. Hmm. Everything looks fine. Hmm. Hmm. Let me see. So you guys are not running from the same. You're not running the tool from the same office or anything like that, right?
no, different locations.
Different locations. Okay. Uh, so
And
did it
in the error is sorry.
did it not work only for you, or was there someone else?
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing.
There's two of you. Okay. Uh, could you could you copy? Uh, just let it run. Let me see. Okay.
Sorry about that. It just gets complicated because small screen.
Yeah. Uh, hmm. Hmm. to copy that error and send it to me in the chat.
What was
Uh,
that? Sorry.
could you copy the error and send it to me in the chat, please? Could you, yeah, I think what the issue, yeah. So the issue is that, uh, could you delete the proxy location parameter? Just delete it. Yeah, you guys don't need that since you're out of our network. Just delete that. Yeah. Okay. And running now. Save the JSON. Yeah, and running now. Uh, who else said that it's failing for him too? I didn't catch your name.
I'm having the same. It's me, Josh.
Okay, Josh, could you please also delete the proxy location parameter too from the
Yeah,
configuration file and run the tool again,
I'll
please?
give that a try real quick.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's see. Uh, uh, only I need that proxy. Actually, you guys don't need it.
Yeah, I think it's still
Yeah, it's working now. So
working now.
that was the issue. Yeah, it's good. Okay,
All right, thanks.
so it seems that it worked for you. Josh, did it work for you?
I'm getting ready to try it right now.
Okay, let me know if it works.
All right, I'm getting ready to try.
I'll go ahead and share my screen again.
Fix mine, getting rid of the proxy.
Yeah, I think mine seems to be working too now.
Yeah, yeah, that was my bad. So you guys didn't have to use the proxy location. Only I had to use it because of my internet network. Okay, so now that we got that working, I think we should move with the. So everyone had the preview mode working, right? So this is pretty much every like the most we could have caught with the preview mode, like the connection issue because we don't have any entities. So this is the only good thing that the preview mode did for us. Okay, now if you'll go to the command line, just delete the preview, and after you delete the preview, just press enter, and the tool will run in the migration mode, the default mode, and will migrate the data. We'll get some errors, but we'll fix those too because these are pretty common errors. So I want you guys to see these because these are pretty common errors. Just run it in migrate mode, like you see here, starting with mode migrate. So this might take a couple of minutes. Let's see. So you can see that it's already starting to create some lookup lists, and it's creating some fields. As you can see, some of them are on mode isolated, and most of them are on mode shared. So the ones that are on mode shared will be created under the shared space level, and the ones that are under mode isolated will be created under the workspace we migrate to. In our case, it's the default workspace. Okay. So this might take a minute or two, maybe more. If you guys like to ask me any questions, just go ahead.
So mine got to a point where it says pause at the stage, prepare migration plans.
Yeah, that's
Press
good.
enter.
So
There's
you're ahead of me. So wait there.
okay.
So it's working a little bit slower for me. Let's see. And you probably have it's saying that you have some errors, right?
I don't know. Let me
I will.
check. Let me check.
I will. We'll see. Anyways, it should be. It shouldn't take too long for me either. So my network here is not very good, so that's why it's taking so too long. Just don't press anything. Wait for me.
Yeah, mine's paused too. It says test set errors review before continuing.
Yeah, that's good. So let's wait for mine to finish too. But in case you get any field errors before the actual migration of entity kicks in, the migration will pause and let you know that you have some field errors that you might want to fix before actually migrating the data. Okay, so mine finished too. So yeah, like you guys said, it's saying here that the migration plan for test set has some errors. So review before continuing. And if you want to continue anyway, but we don't, just press enter. And right now, just press Ctrl C to stop, or just press Q and then enter or whatever. Just stop the migration. And let's review the errors, because these are pretty important errors. Most of the customers that we had encountered these errors, and somehow these errors are not very critical, are pretty basic. Okay, uh, so let's review them. Okay, as you can see, it's skipping some fields, and if we go up, okay, so we can see that we have the errors here. So what happened is that the migrator tried to create some user-defined fields for, I think it was for test sets. Oh, yeah, for test sets. Yeah, so the migrator was trying to create some user-defined fields for the test sets, but um, uh, the migrator could not create those user-defined fields because, like it stated here, the value of the field, I mean, its label, it's illegal. I mean, it's not. Okay, so how is this illegal, or how is this an issue? Is that the field label for this specific field test set UT3 UDF um, approved by is already used by an existing. It's already used for manual tests, and this is a limitation for Octane. So you cannot have the same labels for. I mean, you cannot have the two different fields, one for manual tests and one for test sets, but with the same label. You cannot have that in Octane. You can have that in ALM, but you cannot have that in Octane. So what the migrator does is returning the exact error that you would get if you would try to create those fields by yourself manually in Octane. So this is the exact same error that you get in the UI. It's pretty straightforward, easy to understand. And this issue could also be encountered for other entities. I don't know, like story. If you have a um, a field that has, I don't know, the test label for story, and you want to have one for defects also, Octane won't allow it. So you'll have to change the label to what the field will be migrated to. And how we do that? We do that over the field configuration part of the tool. I already done that because I already did those mappings, because it might take a lot of time, but I'll explain them. 1 second, let me just find them. Uh, if anyone did not understand what the issue is, just go ahead and ask me. 1 second, I'll show you how we are going to fix that. Okay. So, uh, what we should do is look in the log, check the error. So we're seeing that the field with the label approved by uh, from ALM.NET for that is for test set, it's not going to be migrated over because it has the same label as the manual test. If we go over to ALM, just go to customize. Second. Okay. We go to test set, user fields, and we see the approved by. And you'll see that you have the same label for a field that is created for tests. So this is allowed in ALM, but it's not allowed in Octane. So you'll need to change the label so that you won't need to change the label here. We'll change it in the configuration file. Okay, so we jump to configuration file. I already creating the mappings for all the fields that are failing, but that's how we check them. So we see the error, we see let's say the field label. So this one is project UR. We see that it tried to create it for test sets. So this field exists in ALM for test sets. And we jump to LMQC and see the name of the field. The name is the one that it's important because the mapping of the field is done by name. And we go back to the configuration file and we do this. I already done it and I'll send it to you guys in the chat because it might take some time to do all the mappings and we don't have a lot of it. So what I did here, I took the name of the approved by field in ALM.NET, mapped it to the name doesn't really matter. The name of the field that you put in an Octane. So I just put in this name approved underscore by underscore UDF, and I changed the label so that it can be created in Octane by adding this one TS dash UDF. But you can add anything else. You can change the name completely. So this one is up to the customer. So but it has to be done because Octane doesn't allow it. Doesn't allow you to have the same labels for two different fields for these two entities and others. But this is how the error is going to look in the migration tool, and I find it pretty straightforward. I don't know. Do you guys have any questions? Let me just send it to you too. Okay. Yeah, so I send it here. Just go ahead and copy it and put it in the configuration file. Did you guys understand what I did there, or should I explain it more? I don't know.
I think it makes sense. That's
Yeah.
good.
Okay, so this is a pretty common issue that the most customer get. Okay, so I left this on purpose because I wanted you guys to see it. So this might happen for other entities. So it's not mandatory to only happen for test sets. It might happen to for other entities too. Okay, just go ahead and copy what I said in the chat, put it in the field configuration part of the configuration file. Just go ahead and save it and we can run it again. Also, it's good that it's not bad that we stop the migration and we're going to run it again because the customization, the fields and lists, status, phases, and so on, the customization is not going to be duplicated. So if you run the migration multiple times for only migrating over the customization, it won't be duplicated anyhow. So right now, if you go ahead and start the migration again, the migration will check every field. We'll see that most of it got migrated over, and we'll also migrate the field that failed in the first run. So we'll just go ahead and click enter. Just press enter. Sorry. Yeah, so it's creating the UDF right now for me, as you can see there. And yep, and it's done. So if we go, uh, okay, it's still migrating over. Yeah, it's migrating over the list. So the list migration is before actually migrating the artifacts, the entities. It stopped before, but now it should be migrating them for you too. Also, as a note, all the lists that are being also we can see here that the phase is being created. I think it already created it for you, but you can see it on my screen since it's a bit slower that it's creating the phases. Well, we'll review it after. So what it's good to note it's that all the lists from ALM are being migrated over, and all the lists when you migrate over when you migrate over into a shared space will be created under the shared space level. So by default, it'll be all the lists will have will be migrated over the shared part. So we'll find here all the lists. We should find here all the lists that got migrated over. We'll review it in a second. One sec. Okay. Did the migration finish for all of you guys?
Mine finished.
Okay.
Yes, finished.
Okay. So it didn't took too much time. It only took a minute and a half, since it's only customization. Okay. And let me just refresh my page and check the migrated customization. Okay. Okay. So let's start with the fields. Okay. So it opened the workflow of the defect. So like I said before, we didn't map the bug status, the status for the ALM defects, and those got migrated over, like I said, under the new meta phase. And here it can be modified to whatever the customer wants. So you can modify the meta phase, you can modify the name. But if we didn't, if we didn't have put this parameter here, uh, the workflow, the not the workflow, but the phases and the statuses from ALM would not be migrated under the share space and would be migrated over the the workspace. And when it's migrated over the workspace, like I said, it cannot be deleted or modified. So that is pretty bad. You can see here that this is a shared um, workflow, shared space workflow. So this one, yeah, you can see that it got it got migrated over to the workspace also. So we can also see, we'll see here all the lists that got migrated over and that they are shared. So all the lists that got migrated over are shared. it would take, I mean, it would take a lot of time to show you that it migrated all of them, but you'll have to trust me on this one that it migrated all the lists. And we let's check the fields also. So as you can see here that you have a lot of fields that are shared. You have some that are not shared like this one. To see all the fields that got migrated over by the migration tool, you should use this small filter to show only the user defined fields. And you could also export them to an Excel and review them. So as you can see, there's a lot of fields that are not shared, but there are some that got shared because this, like I said, this template project had a lot of shared of template fields, not shared field, but template fields in ALM. And this is how it carries over in Octane. So this is pretty much it for the customization. We could check for every entity. As long as it's created here under the shared space, it's shared across all the workspaces that get to be created under this shared space. So if we created an additional um, workspace, it'll have all the UDFs there because all of these UDFs are shared. And we could see that, let's see, we got some for test suite. Yeah, some UDFs. And for requirement documents, the requirement folders are not they are not an entity in Octane, so only the requirement document is an actual entity. Okay, also manual tests, uh, manual runs. Yeah, it has some UDFs, not too many. Yeah, it has some UDFs, and that's pretty much what's different for a template project migration. So Uh, I didn't, like I said, I didn't put in any data for this project because is this we would have just wasted a lot of time because it'll be this the data migration will be the same on an isolated space just like it is on a shared space. So we should go on and jump on that. We still have some time left. Hopefully we'll manage to do it. Just go ahead, everyone, and jump on the default isolated space. Go on to Octane. Also, so the migration went successfully for all of you guys, right? Did any of you guys encountered any errors, or do you guys have any questions about the shared space migration?
There are a couple of us that who didn't go through, but keep going. We're fine.
Okay. So, but did it work for any of you?
Mine worked. It's
Yeah,
just like
mine
yours.
works too.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, mine worked too.
Okay, 1 second. So everyone just jump to the default isolated space. Okay. And once everyone jumps to this default isolated space, just click on add a workspace and create a workspace, I don't know, with your name. Just type in your name and as an admin, set up SA at NGA. So please, everyone, just create a workspace. Yeah. Okay, so we'll jump to the configuration file again because we'll need to copy the name of this space. Shares, just put in default isolated space and the name of the workspace that you created. Like mine is demo Ciprian. Okay. And we'll need to create a new API access key because the other one we generated on a different share space. So we'll have to generate a new one. Just click on like we did before, just click on the API access. Give it a name. I'll give mine Ciprian and put in so this one doesn't need the space role. It needs only the workspace admin role because nothing will be created under the space level. So just put in workspace admin and the name of your workspace. Well, it's exactly the same like we did for the shared space migration, but in this case, we only have the workspace admin role. Okay, just click add. We'll copy it and put it in the description of the API key again. And we'll add it to the configuration file. Let me know if you guys managed to do it. If you guys have any questions, just go ahead and stop me. Just save it. Also, you can delete this parameter because it's only needed for the share space migration. So just go ahead and delete it since we no longer need it because we are migrating under an isolated space. Okay. Okay, so if you guys already created them, I created a few users just to demonstrate how the mapping works. Since we don't have a lot of time, I don't think it's needed for you guys to create the users too. I'll show you how I map them though. 1 second. Okay. So this is my user example JSON. So I selected a different default Octane user ID and I mapped only one user to a user that I created in Octane. Also, 1 second. Yeah, so I set this as a default user and I've put in the exact same login name for this user. So this user has the exact same login name in ALM, just like in Octane. So it should be mapped automatically. Okay. And I map Michael based on the Octane user email. And this is the ALM user ID. Okay. I'll just go ahead and copy this one here. You guys don't have to do it since you don't have these users created under your workspace. Okay. Let's go over to ALM. Let me exit here. Let's just change projects. We'll go over the demo project. So you can see, okay, we're on the demo project. So all we gotta do in the configuration file is delete the name of the other project that we migrated, the template one, and put in demo. I think that's, oh, sorry, demo. 1 second, let me verify again. Yeah, that's the name of the project. It's just demo. Just put it in. Everything is exactly the same. And also, yeah, we'll have to delete these mappings that we've done. Uh, yeah, after you entered the project, the new project name, demo, just go ahead and delete the mapping that we've done for the previous project because this one has a different customization. So this one is no longer needed. So just go ahead and delete it. And we'll see if we get any other errors. Okay. I'll save mine. So there's not much to do left. I'll just run a full migration. We'll review the migration briefly, and then my colleagues will show you how some queries work and the history migration. Okay. So what I want to show you, we'll run some queries too. I don't want to migrate the defects right now. So we'll type in defect query none. Yeah, just jump in back in the command line. We'll have to use the exact same comments that we gave. Just type in defect query none, and let's also run a preview mode. Please let me know if you guys managed to do it. Did everyone configure the ALM part and Octane part and deleted those mappings? Did everyone did it?
Yeah, I did that and I tried to run it and I'm getting some kind of malformed JSON error.
Yep, that's good. Okay, so what probably happened is that you haven't. Let me see if I get it too, actually. Maybe I get it and I'll show you exactly what happened. That's good. Because at the end of this session, I'm going to review with you guys some of the most common errors. So I don't get it, but what probably happened is that you miss a comma. So if you miss a comma, like I deleted this one for me at password. Run it again. You'll see that the migrator will say that there's undetermined object at line 8. So you can see that above line 8, I miss a comma. So I don't know. I don't know where your JSON is.
I figured it out. It had an extra quotation in it.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. So yeah, this one is pretty common. Also happens a lot of time. So, but the error is pretty good. I mean, it's telling you where the.
What was the other clause that we were supposed to add to the end? The defect query. What was that? Can you put that in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 1 second. Open up the chat. So I've put in defect query and none. Well, if you give this query and you put in none, no defect will be migrated over. So in this case, in this round, we will not be migrating the defects because I want them to be migrating in the next round. I'll show you why, because we will use the resume mode, the one that I talked to you guys about. But in this round, just add in this one. defect query none,
Okay.
and preview. The order doesn't really matter, so you can put in preview first and defect query none after, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, I put in back my comma. Okay, let me close this to chat and go ahead and run it in preview mode. You'll see that it takes a little bit longer since it's going to analyze the entities also. I don't know why it's not starting for me. Oh, okay. So
I got field options not found.
I'm sorry, you got an error?
Tamara is stating that there was field options not found.
Okay. Did you? Okay, I didn't get any errors. Could you share your screen while my preview mode is running? Okay. Okay, let me see. So yeah, so what happened here, you can see that it failed and field option not found, shared space. It couldn't find the shared space that you put in the configuration file. If you jump to the configuration file and yeah, so you should have put in the default isolated space because you created an additional workspace, not shared space. Yeah, so no, that's the workspace. So yeah, just jump to Octane. Actually, I'll do you mind if I share and I'll show you what
Sure.
happened? Yeah, 1 second. Thank you. So let me jump to Octane. So you had here the default workspace, and you had here under the for the share space, you had the value of the share space that you created before. Please type in the default isolated space, and in case you're still on the share space you created, just click on the folder. Just click on the folder and click on the default isolated space and OK. Then here, go ahead and create a workspace by clicking on this plus. Because right now we're doing an isolated space migration. And
See, I think I did all that. It was just left it out of the script.
oh yeah, that's fine then. Cool. Just go ahead and put in the details and let me know if it goes, if it runs right. Meantime, mine is still running. Is it still running for the rest of you guys?
Mine just finished.
Okay, so yeah, it's probably running a lot faster for you guys. It's a lot slower for me. Did you get any errors or did it go fine?
It doesn't seem to have thrown any errors. It threw 72 warnings for manual test run and 10 warnings for manual test.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll explain once mine starts. So it's going like really slow for me. So most of the warnings that we get are related to the user fields, that we've got unmapped users or stuff like that. If you could, yeah. So it's not really working for me and it's really slow, but if you could tell me what warnings did you get?
Let me see. Looks like a lot of the warnings were for artifact links. So for just
Yeah,
languages.
yeah, that's fine because we did not migrate the defects. So we've got a lot of warnings because the linkages between, let's say, manual tests and defects could not be carried over because we did not migrate over the defects. So that's fine. The migrator is just letting us know that the relationships won't be kept also. But we'll be migrating over the defects afterwards. And this is also only preview mode. Okay. Did the migration finish for the preview migration finish for all of you guys?
Mine's still running after correcting the configuration file.
Okay, good. So, yeah, so this is pretty much everything that the preview mode does. Like you've seen there, it's showing some warnings telling us that sub relationships won't be kept after the migration. In our case, the relationship with defects, because we are not migrating the defects too. So that's good. And some other warnings that we might get, it's that some users that are not mapped and attachments warnings. And I think that's pretty much it. These ones are the most common, but we could get different warnings. Yeah.
Hey,
You can see
Chipper,
those. Yeah.
just a set of questions before we actually, I don't know if people has to drop.
Yeah.
We're going to be about the time. There's no issue for me if we continue forward. I can stick on.
Yeah.
But just a quick
Yeah, that's good.
question.
Yeah.
So let's say we get to work with a customer, and
Yeah.
if we have some questions or issues with the migration, what would be the process to get in contact with Microfocus to address those issues?
So I'm not sure. So if you guys encounter any issues with the customers, 1 second. So the most common the issues that are not very critical will go to the technical consultants, like two of my colleagues here, the two of my colleagues here,
Yeah,
Kostya
hi.
and
Hi guys. So yeah, my name is Alex and I'm a technical service consultant. So with minor issues, we will be able to fix them.
yeah.
Right.
So, but and in case those issues need to be escalated, we'll be taken to R&D. I'm not sure who you need to contact directly. So I think uh, Spencer is no longer here, but I think it's best if we ask Spencer. I'm not really aware of the process. I'm actually the QA owner of the tool, so I'm not sure how this should work. I don't want to say anything. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, that's right. You know, we can just have that as a follow-up item, just in case,
Yeah,
because some of us are from delivery, and some of us are from support. So
I
we want
see.
to be sure that once we're with the customer or we're facing some, who can get in contact with. And I just want to have that before we end
Yeah,
up the session, in case people need to drop. But
yeah,
if we can continue with the queries in all the sections, I think, I don't know who's want to
yeah.
stay on.
Uh, is any of you guys needed to drop?
Paul, Scott, Jamie, you guys good on continuing with the session?
Could you
Yeah,
guys
we're
continue?
good.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, we're good.
Also, before we move on, who has the action item to convey to us the escalation path?
This is Angel. So I'll do that. I'll pass that along to Stephen Davis so we can ask back to Spencer.
Yeah. So
Well,
that would be best.
if you could just CC everyone in the email group. Everybody, for the most part, are either ORC consultants or ORC Octane support. So it would be fine just including everyone in the email.
Makes sense. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great. Okay, so the migration finished for me in preview mode. Also, I also got the warnings. Like I said, most of the warnings are because we are not migrating over the defects, and there might be some uh, uh, user related warnings. But as you can see here, like it's saying link defects, which is fine. And right now, just go ahead, delete the preview and migrate only with the defect query set to none, because I want to explain to you guys how the resume mode works. So please go ahead and run the migration tool with the defect query none and delete the preview. This is just in case the preview mode went successfully for all of you guys. Just let me know if it didn't. So this one might take a little while, might take a little longer. So it could take, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes. So I'll just go ahead and grab some water while the migration is running. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes.
All right. Thanks.
So I'm back, but I can see that the migration is still running. Let me know if it finishes for any of you guys, or if you guys got any errors, just let me know.
I know Chipri might not be around, but mine also stopped at the same point, so I had to hit enter again.
So no, I'm around.
Oh, you're
What
back.
happened? Did your migration get stuck?
Yeah, I got stuck at the same spot as you are, so I hit enter once
Oh,
again.
oh yeah. Strange. I don't know why this is happening.
Yeah, and then mine kept up doing some stuff, and then after a while I got some errors.
Okay, we'll
Yeah,
review it.
mine failed about something about attachments. The extensions aren't supported. It's trying to save a .htm, and I guess Octane doesn't support a .htm attachment.
Yeah, well, the thing is not that the Octane does not support the attachment, is that the attachment extension is not added to the site parameters. I'll show you. I can see that mine are getting the same errors. My migration is getting the same errors, but I guess we'll just let it finish. Did it end for you? You said it ended, right? Just wait for me. It shouldn't take too long. And then we'll review all the errors together because it's good that we get them because most of the customers will too, and these are actually not really a big deal or is pretty easy to fix. Hmm. So I guess we could review this error. So uh, let me just copy it, then we'll have it open. Okay. Uh, so what is this error saying is that it failed to save an attachment. That's the name of the attachment. Are you guys here? Is everyone here? I just want to check.
Yeah, we're still on.
Yep.
Okay, great. So it's failed to save this attachment because the file extension is not supported, just like it says in this error. And this is the file extension, HTM. So if we'll jump to Octane and we'll need to go to site. Okay, a second. We'll go to parameters and we've got here attachments, file extension, whitelist. So in order to have that extension, that attachment with the extension of HTM migrated over, we'll have to add prior to the migration the HTM extension in the parameters, in the Octane parameters, as you can see here. So this is also, it's not a limitation of Octane, but by default Octane doesn't have this extension set as a whitelist. Okay. So that's what this error is about. I see that we got a lot of attachments with that extension, which is fine. I mean, the entity will be migrated over, only the attachment failed. So it's fine because the attachment was not added to the site params, so it's not a big deal. Still going for me. It's pretty slow. I think for most of you guys, the migration already finished, right? And you probably got a summary and all that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thought so. So you should. I think this is the last one for me, or the last artifact. Let me see. It should not take too long. And after it's done, I'll show you guys where to review the logs and all the changes. 1 second. So to see the logs, you'll go to the folder where you ran the migration from. Double click on migration reports, and as you can see, we have a lot of runs here. So just enter the folder for the last run. In my case, the run is not over yet, so I don't think the folder is generated yet, but this is how it looks after the migration is done. Yeah, this is my log. My migration log is still generating, but I'll wait for my migration to be over too. It should not take too long from now. So you guys have any more questions about the errors or warnings that we got? Just please go ahead and. Okay. If you guys could go to just open a different. You could duplicate this tab and open a different tab so we can. Each one of us can jump on their workspaces so we can see the migrated data. We can also check it while the migration runs, just to be ready when it's over. Yeah, it's taking a lot of time for me. My internet is really bad here. Okay. Okay, yeah, so it's done. It took 15 minutes. It took a bit too long. It was a lot shorter for you guys. So as we can see, we've got some relationship failures. We got 37 relationship failures. Other than those failures, we don't have any. So there's zero for me, zero failures, but the relationship failures. And the relationship failures, like I said, are pretty much related to the link defects the defects that we not migrated over, and we lost those links. Okay, so if we go to the migration reports, we'll go to the log. We can see that you have an HTML report. So this is a pretty new feature. Like right now, the migration tool is pretty much feature complete. There's a few more features coming up in the next release, but it's pretty feature complete right now. It's working pretty nice. So yeah, so you can see here uh, all the data that got migrated over. So we got 5 folders, and in the HTML report, you've got pretty much every detail for your migration. As you can see here, you got the ALM repository, the Octane repository, shared space name, workspace name, and so on. The migration log file path and configuration file path, user mapping file path, and so on. Also, you can click on, you could open the requirement documents. If there would have been any warnings or errors, it would have been displayed here. The URL for each entity that got migrated over alongside with the ALM ID and Octane ID and name are also displayed here, as you can see. Okay, and what else? This is pretty much for every entity. And you can see that we have defects, that 37 defects in total. Like, yeah, I think we got the same amount of entity relationship failures too. So we got 37 defects, and we can see that the defects are not in a success or failed state. The defects are in a pending state. So right now the defects are not migrated, are just waiting. So details added via relationship. There's no relationship migrated over. So and the only reason that the defects are added here, yeah, it's because of the relationship that the defects have with the other entities. So there's 37 defects that are linked to the other entities that got migrated over. And right now, those defects are in a pending state. They are not being migrated over or anything. They're somehow waiting to be migrated over. Okay. Uh, while we review the, are you guys still here? I'm just checking.
Yeah, we're still on.
Yep,
Okay,
still
great.
here.
While we are going to review the migrated data, uh, we're going to use the resume mode. So what the resume mode does, there's a couple more reasons that you would like to use the resume mode of the migration tool. So first, you would like to use the resume mode. Uh, let's say that you got some errors for the fields that got migrated over, just like we had for the template project. You'll have those errors and you ran the migration anyways. So in order to fix that after you migrated, or if some entity failed to migrate over, let's say because um, most common issues are because there's a mandatory field in Octane that is not filled in or not migrated over from ALM. So if that happens, some entities will fail. Let's say we'll have like 20 entities failed. What we're going to do is fix those mappings, add the default value for the field that failed, then use this. As you can see here, this is already generated for this run. So you'll just copy this because you'll need the log path to use for the resume. So just copy that, paste it here after the jar name, and yeah, that should be it. So what this resume mode is doing is that it analyzes again every migrated entity, and um, it verifies if the previous state was successful or failed, or if it was pending, like you saw for defects. And in case if it the state of the artifact that was tried to be migrated in the first run is failed or pending, the migrator will try to migrate again, but taking in consideration the any modifications that you made to the that you make to the configuration file. So right now, I don't know, modify some fields that were failing, or some mappings or default values that failed in the previous run. you could modify them now, then run a resume mode for the whole migration, and the migration tool will verify all the data that failed and was in a pending state. So and we'll skip all the entities that were in a successful state. I don't know if you guys got that, but after we're going to run it, so in our case, after we run it, we'll be migrating over the defects too, along with its relationships, because like you saw in the HTML report, the defects were in a pending state. So if you guys could just, I don't know, delete the defect query and just copy, you've got after the full summary, you've got how to use the resume mode or the report mode. So you'll just need to type in mode resume and add the log path. So the log path is, the log is generated automatically. So that's why the migration tool knows where it generated it and provides you with the exact log path. So you can just use that instead of typing it and just press enter. And you can see that the mode is resume, not migrate. So this is pretty much what the resume mode does. I don't know if I made myself clear, so if you guys have any questions, just go ahead and ask me. Okay. So what the tool will do right now, it's that it will create the defects and set up the failed relationships in the first run. Like you saw that we have like 37 failed relationships. But the tool will fix that in the resume mode. Okay, so it's thinking the requirements pretty soon. I think it's going to go a lot faster for you guys too. So you guys might be ahead of me. Okay, so like I said, this is the migration report. And also, if you use the resume mode, the log will be generated in this. It won't be generated in the same folder, but somehow will be added to the existing logs. So the migrated log will just carry on with the resume mode in the previous log, and the HTML report will be modified automatically with the latest data of the migration. Since somehow running it with a resume mode, you don't actually run the migration twice. Like you can see here that items skipped because of filter or resume mode count to 100. So yeah, it's skipping items because of the previous migration state. If it was successful, it will skip them. If it was failed, like you'll see for defects or pending, it will migrate them. So this is a pretty useful feature of the migration tool because there will definitely be a lot of, I mean, not a lot of, but for the customer that I migrated, they did have a few errors, and you might get some server-side errors that will fail the migration of a few entities for no reason. So you'll have to use the resume mode to get those failed items. So yeah,
How many
go ahead.
people,
Yeah.
if you can share, how many people have you migrated from ALM to Octane thus far, do you think?
So me personally, I think I did only like 3 migrations or 4. I only did one on site for DBS, but I'm not sure if any of the customers so far have been migrated to production. Or I think DBS is just starting to migrate into production, and there's an additional customers. I'm not really aware of all the customers that are being migrated. But I know that a lot of customers have already used this on for POCs or migration under a test environment and so on. But I'm not sure how many of them have been migrated into production. Yeah, so it's still running for me. Maybe it got stuck again. I don't know. It didn't get stuck. It's just maintenance is really, really slow. Did it finish for any of you guys?
Mine's still running.
Okay, great. So there's not much left after the migration.
So just a quick question on the performance perspective.
Yeah.
Like you said, if we increase the number of threads, would it improve the performance, or you think like the current settings on the using only 6 is just good enough and is as fast as it gets?
6 is the maximum thread count. So yeah, this is the maximum as it gets. So it's only six threaded, and yeah, so it is definitely increasing the performance. But it also depends on the network or where you run the migration tool from, against what instance you run the tool from, and yeah.
Is it recommended to have it set up on the I don't know, in the ALM server side or Octane server itself?
If they're in the same network, I don't think it doesn't really matter, but the internet connection has to be pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, because just FYI, on the delivery side, we do have a couple of customers that are actively looking to migrate from ALM to Octane, and we have more in the pipeline.
I see. It's great. That's great.
Would it take to perform a migration? So I don't know if you have like an estimation on, let's say,
On the time?
size of the database or size of the repository, and how much time does it take?
Okay, so let me give an example. So for DBS, the customer that I migrated, so they had a lot, like 20,000 entities or 25,000 entities, and it took about 2 hours and a half. But also this depends on the amount of the attachments that they have, on the size of the attachments, and so on. But pretty much 20,000 to 30,000 should take about 2 or 3 hours to 5 hours. So like I said, it depends on the internet connection, the servers, and so on. But yeah, that's how much it took for me to migrate them. So it took like 2.5 hours, 3 hours for 20,000 entities, 25,000 entities, or something like that.
And this is the actual migration, right? Like the real.
Yeah, the actual migration. Yeah, the full migration.
Right. Okay.
But it depends on the size of the project. So I know, for instance, that I don't know. I'm not sure of the name of the customers there, but I know they had a pretty huge project repository and a lot of entities and stuff. So it pretty much took like 5 days or so. So yeah, it can take a lot of time. It depends on,
Define huge.
I don't know, like hundreds of thousands of entities, hundreds of thousands. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also, this was in a much older version of the tool. Right now, it runs a bit faster. So the longest migration that I had didn't take more than 12 hours. And like you see, it's going a lot slower for me than it's going for you guys. So it depends.
Yeah, we run into people with, I would say, gigantic repositories. I think that's kind of what we're trying to get a feel for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good, because when we're approaching to the customer, they often ask us how much time it will take you.
Yeah,
And we
yeah,
usually go by, well, how big is your database? How much are you consuming in the repository to give
yeah,
an estimation more or less? But
yeah. This was a problem for the customer that I visited too, because um, they it was a problem for them because of the downtime, because they didn't want to use ALM or Octane while the migration was going. So I think what they uh, did eventually was do the migration on weekends or something like that. So I'm not really sure how most of the customers do it. That's how one of the customers planned to do it. So not sure. And
okay,
I also know that most of the customers have like a lot of projects. They don't actually have 10 or 20 projects. They have a lot more. Yeah.
yeah, because that's something that we need to put in the picture for the customers is really define a good scope. And you want to reduce the time, then you might reduce the number of projects, and you want to move forward the number of items. So the filtering part or the query part, I think it's
Yeah,
important for us
exactly.
as well.
Exactly. That's also very important to take in consideration for the customers to migrate only the relevant data, not everything. Okay. So like you've seen here, so we've got the relationship failures fixed because we've migrated over the defects too. So right now we don't have any failures or any warnings, so everything is fine. We only have one warning, and I've seen that warning, so it's related to the users. One of the user was not mapped for a comment or something like that, which is fine also. Okay, so let's review pretty fast the migrated data, and soon after we review it, my colleagues will show you some queries. Okay, so let me put them head to head. 1 second. Okay. So you can see that we got 53 defects in ALM, 53 defects in Octane. Also, what is good to note is that by default, the migration tool will create a field. 1 second. The name of the field is entity ID, and 1 second, I think it's put it. Hmm. Why can I say it? 1 second. I'll need to refresh the page. So by default, the migration tool will create a UDF with the value of the there it is. So the entity ID will be created by default by the migration tool, and its value is the actual ID of the item from ALM. So this defect is entity. This defect is the defect with ID 84 from ALM. So if we open up ALM and we go to 84. Okay, it's opening up. 1 second. And we open both of them. Okay. 1 second. Okay, so we've got these two defects opened up. You can see that we've got two attachments here and two attachments here also. The attachments are also migrated to the description, just like here. And if we check the comments, yeah, there you have it. And also to add, if you want to see all the fields that have been migrated over, I don't know how familiar you are with Octane, but in Octane you'll have to define the forms yourself. So by default, not all the fields will be in the form of the defect. So you'll have to add them manually, and it can be done here in the space section. So this one is I don't know, it's up to the customer, and in my opinion it should be done before the migration, but it can be done after too. And 1 second. So we go to defects and we've got this form. So these are the only displayed fields right now when you open up a defect. But if you want to see more, you'll have to add all the fields like trace type, QA owner, and I don't know, there's a lot of field. There's entity ID if you actually want to see it in the forum. So all the migrated fields, yeah, there's a lot of them. You can add all of them, but the form will be huge. So I don't know, this is up to the customer how they set up their forms. And just go ahead and save it. And this is defined for edit, so not new. Okay, we'll open up again. Let me refresh it. Okay, so you can see that I have pretty much all the fields now. I have the URL also migrated by default, the URL to the entity ID from ALM. All the fields, yeah, you have the domain projects. What else? Actually, let's open them both up. Okay. Okay, so we can see the severity that is medium. We also mapped it to medium. What else? This one doesn't have a release assigned to it, so most of the fields are not filled in. But if, like I said, all the user-defined fields are migrated over by default, but not all the system fields are. So also, you should be aware of that too. Only the system fields that are mentioned in the functional scope document. Also, I think you guys have that too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
We could review all of them. We've got requirements. Okay, let's open up the requirements. Second. Okay, so we can see that we have the exact same structure here, but the only difference is that here the folders are not actually a different entity like here. So you cannot open up a folder. Just if you open it up, you'll have everything that's underneath it. So yeah, you can see that you have an additional folder and the root folder. So the root folder is, the thing is that in Octane, you cannot have both a requirement document and a requirement folder under the same level. So I cannot create a requirement here. So I can create it in the I can create it in this folder, but I cannot create it here. I can only create a requirement folder because in Octane you're not allowed to have the requirement documents and the requirement folders under the same level. Okay. Okay. You have 1 second. Let's go and see some of the migrated fields. We also have the entity ID for this entity too. We have the entity ID for each one of the migrated entity. We have the direct cover status migrate over to a UDF by default. Okay, you can also see the parent. Okay. The requirement subtype from ALM. You can see this is a business model. Okay, target cycle. If it has any, I don't know. So all the UDFs that the requirements have are going to be migrated over. Is the same for every entity. If we'll see the children. 1 second. Let's see if these entities have any links to defects. Can't find one. Okay, so yeah, we can see that in this folder there's a document or a requirement document that is linked to a defect, and this why we can see them is because we're seeing all the descendants. We're not seeing only direct descendants. So if we click here, yeah. So okay, so yeah, so this is how the linkages look. So you can open up the defect too. You go to relations, and you can see that this defect is linked to two requirement documents. It's linked to a manual run that failed. The defects cannot be linked to a manual test though, because Octane does not allow it. So it is linked. So if there was a linkage between this defect and a manual test, this linkage would not be carried over. Okay, as like you see here, defect to defect relationship exists too. What else? Also the quality, yeah. So the tests and manual tests are being migrated over to the quality module, and the folder structure is not being migrated over. Instead of being migrated over, the folder structure is being migrated over to a UDF as a path. So we could let's open up this manual test, and let's add the fields to it. So we have author, we got entity ID again. Okay, and we've got subject. So yeah, so this manual test is under subject and Mercury Tours site. So this is the folder path for this manual test. You can see here. Second. Oh no, here. Yeah, 1 second. I put in the plant review. Okay. So yeah, let me close this one. So we got subjects, then Mercury Tours site. And this is the manual test, new team UI. Also, remember that only the manual tests are being migrated over. And the folder structure is kept under a UDF as a path to the specific folder. And it's the same for test suites. If we open up a test suite and we add in the folders, 1 second. We also have the entity ID, and we have the test set folder, which is being migrated over as a path also. And we can also put it here. Yeah, as you can see it, for each one of them, we could open up also the entity ID. We could open up, I don't know, let's open up this one, and the tests are being migrated under the test module of the test suite, as you can see here. Okay. And also, yeah, the manual runs are pretty different in Octane. So you cannot filter out manual runs in the UI. You can only see them in if you access the manual test. So we'll go to the manual test and see the runs. So we can see that we have 5 runs here. So you cannot you cannot find the manual runs by entity. You could search them. So this should work. Should work. Maybe it's not working for this Octane, but searching for the manual manual run by ID or by name should work. If you want to see the how many manual runs were migrated over, it is stated in the migration summary or the HTML report, or you could run a REST call. This is what I use to check. This is what I usually use to check the how many runs were migrated over. But yeah, you cannot search per entity. So this is what I use. 1 second, let me check my IDs. Yeah, so we got a total count of 112, but no, you cannot search that in the UI because all the manual runs are assigned to manual tests. They're not an individual entity.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know what else to show you guys. Um, I don't know if you guys have any questions. Yeah, let me know about the migrated data.
Not on
I
my
mean,
side. No.
I know it's a lot, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's gonna take us some time for us to play with the tool and
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
really
Yeah.
troubleshoot and see if we were missing some values or something
Yeah,
that needs to
exactly.
catch up, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. In that case, my colleague Alexandru will
Yeah, I'm here.
will show you some queries for the migration tool. Go ahead, Alex. Just share your screen.
Okay, just a moment. Okay, so can you guys see my screen?
Not yet. No.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll try to make this as quickly as possible and on point. So Chipri told you about the parameters that I mean one of the parameters that you should enter in the command line for defects. Okay, so basically you can filter all entities by adding the command parameter. So we have, as you can see here, just a second. For requirement folder, the parameter is requirement folder query. Um, and if you type none after it, it won't migrate any requirement folder. Then we have for a requirement document, which is requirement document query. We have one for the tests, test query. For the runs, test run query. For the test sets, test set query, and for the defects.
Also, guys, sorry to interrupt you, Alex. Also, guys,
Yeah, no problem.
this these comments are documenting the user guide, so you'll have all of them there. Yeah. Go ahead, Alex. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, no problem. So you can filter those entities by the field that the different fields from that specific entity. For example, ID, status, date created, or severity, or anything else. Okay, so I will show you an example of query. So let's say first of all we should filter some tests, and we will choose to filter those tests by ID, and also some runs that are related to that specific tests. Because the runs, as Chipri told, are treated differently in Octane. So let's say we type here for the test. We're gonna go by ID. Let's say we will migrate the tests with ID between 1500 and 1800. So just type bigger than 1500, 1800. Okay. Also, you shouldn't do this, I think, because you already have those entities migrated, and if you migrate them also, it will only duplicate them in Octane, and it will kind of create a mess or in your workplace.
Yeah, so if you guys want to replicate what Alex is doing, you should create an additional workspace, each one of you, because your workspaces are already populated with data. So if you guys want to do that, we can do that too. Or I don't know. It's up to you if you guys want to do it also, or you would like just to see how the queries work, or it's up to you.
I think I don't know. This is my opinion, Angel. We would just want to see the demos because we already went over the time.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just go ahead.
And I think it's gonna be pretty standard, right? Like once you figure out the filters,
Yeah,
the
Yeah.
queries
exactly.
is just gonna migrate what is in the filter.
Okay, so as I said, we'll migrate those tests, and we'll also migrate the runs from that test that has the status failed. Okay, so the status can be passed, failed, no run, and so on, and we will choose to migrate only the runs with the status failed. Okay, so let's give it a run. Okay, it's taking a lot to me also. Okay, so started to analyze. As you can see, it doesn't started with requirements. It's jumped directly to manual tests.
Also, just so you know, the migration tool can accept only ALM style query clauses to perform filter migration of these entity types. And you can find that in the documentation too. You can also send the link in the chat for the ALM style query clauses. 1 second. There you have it. So you can mix up however you want all the queries. So
Okay, so it's finished. So in the summary, as you can see, there were 29 manual tests migrated and only two manual runs. Okay, let me show you. Go to the tests in ALM Octane to view them. Okay, so these are the tests that were migrated. As you can see here at the entity ID, there are between 1800 and 1500. Okay, and the runs that were migrated. Okay, so then we can go here.
Did you migrate any manual run? I didn't see the log.
Yeah, the two manual runs were migrated with the
Ah,
status
so only
failed.
two manual runs.
Yeah, only
Okay,
two.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, you cannot filter out those manual runs.
Okay. See. Okay, so this is the first one. They were the last test migrated. So this is the first one, the first manual run. As you can see, the status is failed, and the second one with the status also failed. So those tests probably have much more runs, but we choose to only migrate the ones with the failed status. Okay, let's go on with another filter. Okay, let's filter some defects also. Okay, so we'll go here and type none for the runs.
Also, in case you guys don't wanna, you could just use the resume mode, so the resume mode won't duplicate. If you wanna try out more uh, queries and not duplicate your data, you could just type in the resume mode, then the migration tool will tell uh, which artifacts were migrated before and will not duplicate the data.
Okay, so for the defects, let's choose to migrate the defects by two fields. So we'll migrate first of all by the ID field and also by the severity field. Okay, so we'll type ID. Let's say bigger than 10 and smaller than 70. Okay. Okay, so this is the ID field and also the severity. Okay, and for the severity, we will choose the value high. Let's say high. This is the actual value in Octane. Okay, let's do it. Also, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay, I can also share with you the parameters for the entities, requirement, document, folder, test queries, test sets, defects and runs. Okay.
Isn't that on the documentation on the user guide?
Yeah, there are also there, yeah, of
Or
course. Okay, so it finished, and as you can see, it migrated only 5 defects between the IDs. Okay, let's go to Octane defects. Okay, and as you can see, um, the IDs are between 10 and 17, and also the severity for all of them are high. Okay, if we go also to uh, ALM, we can check, for example, it was defect entity ID 11. Okay, if we go to it, okay, we can see that the severity is also high for them, or we can do a filter right here and severity.
Also, yeah, these filters are very customizable, so you can filter about pretty much everything any field. You can filter by any field that exists in ALM.
Okay,
So
so yeah, so
yeah,
between 70 and 10, there are those five defects with high severity. You can see from here up until here. Okay, so this is another type of filter. Okay, and also you can do cross filters. Let's say now we shall migrate some requirements. Okay, I will migrate the requirements with the target release. Also, first let me show you the releases. Okay, we have those two releases in ALM. So the first one is with ID 1001 and the other one with 1002. And we will try to migrate the requirements that have the target release target release field um, with the first release, with the release with ID 1001. So we'll try to migrate only those requirements. Okay. And also the requirements that are related to the defects. Okay, so let's make a filter here in ALM. Okay, it's already made for target release. So those are 132 releases, but with relations with defects, there are only two, I guess. This one, as you can see here, 264. If you open it, you can see that it has a linked defect. Okay, this is one, and the other one, I think it's down here. No, no, it's here, 143. Okay, it also has a linked defect. Okay, so we'll try to migrate only those two requirements. Okay, so we go to requirement document query. Okay, let's type target release. Oh, you see, it will just make Pharrell the name of the field. Okay, and the value of the release. Okay, this is the field for target release and connected to defect ID. Okay, and the value for those IDs, let's say between 1 and 80, because uh, the maximum defect ID in this project is 85, I think, or 89. Okay, so we will make see bigger than 1, smaller than 80. Okay. Hmm. So this should do it. Okay, let's run it. Hmm. And also you could make simpler filters only by ID, as I said, or only by status or date, creation date, and only one type of entity.
Maybe you mentioned this, but are
Yeah,
all the fields, even user-defined fields, available for filtering?
pretty much most of them, I think,
yeah, all of them are available for filtering. You just need to
are
set up the correct filter. Yeah.
okay. So I know why it's taking too much.
Yeah, our connection to the internet is pretty slow, so that's the reason it's taking too long. And also a good way for the customers to do the migration is to create a, I don't know, a new UDF and assign a bulk value for some entities and just migrate those entities based on filtering just that field, or I don't know.
Yeah, it will be a much easier way. Yeah.
But anyway, works. Yeah.
Okay, so it finished. So as you can see here, it migrated the requirement document with ID 264 and 143, and also it's warning us right here down below that it cannot update parent for those requirements because the parent was not migrated. So as Chipri said earlier, this is because of the hierarchy of the requirements here in the difference between the hierarchy of the requirements from ALM to Octane. Okay, so I will show the requirement now in Octane. So this two, as you can see, the under the requirement folder that has created those two requirements. It's here, this one and this one.
You could also show the linkages between defects, right? You migrated over the defects too.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. Okay,
Or did you?
yeah, I should think.
I've seen that you put in a filter by ID. Were those defects in between those IDs?
Yeah, they were. Okay, just
Okay,
a
could
minute,
you see
share
the,
here.
yeah, just open up the, yeah, no defects were migrated because you had the filtered,
Ah, yes, okay,
yeah,
yeah,
you filtered the defects to none. That's why
yeah,
the defects didn't migrate over. You used
yeah,
filter defect query none. Yeah.
and as we can see, our relationship two failures. We got two failures. Yeah, I forgot the
Yeah, we,
defect query.
yeah, but it's fine.
So in the
Okay.
cross filter, how would you do if you said, okay, do migrate defects, only those that are affected by the cross filter? You see what I mean?
No, 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 no,
When you
no.
get,
So you'll have to do a different filter. This filter only affects the requirements. So as you can see here, it is saying that migrate only the requirement documents that have the target release 1001
Yeah,
and are connected to a defect with ID, I don't know, 1 and 80. So yeah, so it doesn't filter anyhow the defects, only the requirements. So you'll have to create a different filter for the defects. If you want to filter out the defects that are only linked to those requirements, for example, you have to put in a different filter and so on. So yeah, it is a bit complicated and it takes a little time to play with.
yeah, you will have to do it from the other way, the other perspective, from the defect with
Exactly.
limit
Yeah.
requirement to
yeah.
make it match. Okay.
Okay, so that is pretty much the basics of the queries, the filters, and
Yeah,
uh,
I think now Cosmin can show
yeah,
shortly the migration
the
of the
history.
history. Yeah. So yeah, whenever you're ready, Cosmin, go ahead.
Okay, thank you guys.
Hello guys, I'm Cosmin and let me show you some history. Let me show you the history migration. Let me.
Yeah, go ahead and share your screen, Cosmin.
Let me know when you see it.
Yeah, we can see now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let me clear the filters from ALM QC. Okay, the filters, you can see them when you access an entity. Here in History tab, and to see more fields for when you change some fields, um, like for example for severity or priority, and you save it, it will appear here in let me refresh it. It will appear here in the history tab. But for having this or more fields to appear in history tab, you need to go in customize, project entities. Um, the history migration is only for three type of entities: defects, requirements, and test set. Manual test, sorry. So for now, I will go only for defects. Uh, Click on each field. If you have something like uh, let me see, summary, you need to have the history box checked. You need to save it.
Yeah, so what Kuzmin is trying to say that is the history is not enabled by default for all the fields in ALM. So if I mean, this is up for the customer, so the customer probably knows what fields he has set up for the history. But yeah, just a heads up. So in case he's saying that some fields are not showing up in the history, that's probably why, because the history is not being enabled for that specific field. Go ahead, Kuzmin.
Okay. And now we already checked the entity field uh, of summary. Let's go and make a change. Change the name. Okay. In history, it will also appear the old value of the name of the entity and the new value. Okay, so in the configuration file, you will need to add one more line, migrate history, and assign the value to true, because for the default it's setting by false and it's not migrated. And after that, you need to migrate the entity. I
So
will
yeah,
go ahead.
sorry, Kuzmin. So the reason why the history migration is not set to true by default is because it may impact the duration of the migration, and some customers don't really need the history migration. That's the only reason why it's not set to true by default. So
A quick question over there to both of
yeah,
you. So if we already migrated the objects, like the case that we did ourselves, I see the history just comes with the API user updating all the entities. If we run this again, but having the flag on, would it duplicate the entities, or would it
Okay,
update?
so yeah, that is a good question. But uh, so if you run it again now with that parameter for enabling the history migration, it will duplicate your entity because it won't be treated as a failed uh, failed field or error that occurred that the history was not migrated. Uh, in the migration that we previously did, it was the default value set for the migration history as false because we didn't put it in as anything else. So yeah, you'll have to run a new migration with that parameter, so you'll have the history. So once you migrated the data without the history, you cannot have the data uh, with the history afterwards again. I mean, by running another migration, so without duplicating the data.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
so it has to be put in the first try. Right now, this is also in development. It's planning to be changed. Right now, it's an XML file and it's planned to be changed in a PDF. So, but right now, this is what we got for the history migration. Yeah. So go.
It's good, yeah, because this makes sense. We have some customers that are already interested in this, and they do
Yeah.
want to keep the history because they work for a guard.
Yeah, I understand. You just put in the enable history parameter and set it to true before actually starting the migration. Just like Cosmin did here. He's only migrated one defect. Go ahead, Cosmin, and show him.
Thank you. So I filtered already with only one defect by ID equals 89. Uh, it's migrated successfully. Uh, in Octane, s- in Octane, I will go in on my workspace, and here it's shown that the migration already is successful. If you opened and go to attachments, that history tab, it will be exported to XLS file. So if you download it, I will just open it, not save it. Here it will be all the changes that are made with the date, old value, new value by user, and the last one, it was this one with severity, priority, severity, and summary with old values high, both for severity and priority, and the summary, the name of the defect. And it's go like same exactly the same for the entities manual tests and requirements.
And like I said, this feature is not like
Mm,
let's say perfect yet. It
So
gives you.
it only keeps it as an attachment, right?
Sorry?
This is just an attachment, so the history gets moved
Yeah.
as
The
a.
history gets saved as an attachment, and also, like I just said, this history feature is still going to be improved. But right now, it's saved as an attachment and as a XLS file.
Yeah, because I was thinking on that case that I mentioned on the for government for official entities. Mm, at this time, this file could be updated, couldn't it?
Sorry?
if you were to change the file, the Excel file, and attach it again, you could, tempt the history of the item.
I don't know how. How do you mean?
Like if I just add another row and then save it and put it back to the.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, I agree. That's why we're planning to make the history migration to a PDF and not a XLS file.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what is it kept on the history tab here in Octane?
Well.
Because I mean, if you can go back to just
yeah.
added attachment. Okay.
Yeah, it's kept everything that the migrator done. So the history from ALM is not kept anyhow under the history tab in Octane.
Yeah, I think that would be better.
Yeah, I know it would be better, but I think the APIs of Octane don't allow it or somehow, but right now this is the only solution that we found.
Yeah, I noticed that some other synchronization tools have the same issue.
Yeah.
Can't touch the history.
Yeah. So I think this is pretty much it. I mean, there's a few things that we could go over, but yeah, pretty much everything that we talked about in these 4 hours are covered in the functional scope document that you guys have. So make sure you go through them. There's a lot of information, good information here. And also the user guide, which is really, really useful. So you'll find pretty much, I think you'll find everything that we've talked about. You'll find it in the user guide. It's pretty consistent and has a lot of information.
Okay, I really appreciate the help of everyone. Paul,
I was going to say, as far as newest versions of the migration tool, are those FTP links and Dropbox links going to be updated?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Okay. And the other question I had is, some of us had some issues along the way and did not want to slow the group down. If we have any one-off questions, can we submit those by email?
Yeah, sure. You could just, if you really wish to, you could shoot right now. I don't mind answering them, or you could just send it by emails. I'll answer no problem.
So if you wouldn't mind just dropping you guys' emails in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll drop my email.
And then obviously, how long are those environments going to be up for us to play with?
Not very long. So
okay.
Yeah.
We can use our own.
I'm going to ask Spencer how much we can keep the environments up, and eventually have an answer for you guys tomorrow. But I'm not sure right now. But not for too long.
Okay. So, Orsi folks, any other questions?
I don't think so. No, you had the same questions that I had. So on my side, I'm good.
Okay. I guess that's it. If you guys have any follow-up questions, if you think of anything else during the day, just go ahead and email us, and we'll have an answer for you.
All right. Just before we leave, you said you were recording the session, right? So.
Yep. I'll be sure you guys get the recorded session also.
Excellent.
We can share with the rest of the team. And Stephen Davis couldn't attend this session, but he's the one kind of leading the effort. So in his behalf, we want to thank you for all the time and all the effort on showing this to us.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. This is pretty hard to do it. Remotely, but I hope you guys managed to.
Yeah. No.
Oh, it was very valuable.
Over here. Yeah. The people you have over here, these guys are the best from the company. So
okay,
they're really
great.
smart. They're really smart. and I'm sure they're going to come back with more questions, really good questions. And
That's
we're
great.
going to
I
play with
love
the tool.
questions.
So we're going to play with the tool and come back with more. And like you said, I'm going to try to send an email so we can follow up with Spencer about the escalation process. And
Okay.
thanks again. All right.
Yeah. Thank you. No
Yeah.
problem.
And Hill, if you make sure to CC everyone on the email so we can follow the chain, it'll be very beneficial for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. I'll do that.
Super. All right.
All right. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate your time and patience on showing us this tool. This tool is great, by the way. I mean, it's going to save a lot of time.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Okay. Thank you,
Great.
guys.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
bye. Have a great day.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Cool.